taste like cigarettes mildly. Mildly. Da da da. Symbolism. That's what I call it. Ooh, it's building up. Better than sex, better than a human connection, better than having a PlayStation. This song, I'm not being serious, but it's a good song. I don't wanna be an obvious guy. I don't wanna say everything twice. You don't wanna be an obvious guy? It's okay, be a woman. There's so much to live for when you're a woman. sexism, your mother, a combination of the two, and then your dad. Dad, it's on fire. He goes, oh, it's burning. React. Ooh, the drums. They grizzle me. I'm not satisfied. I don't wanna be that guy. I don't wanna be the one to say goodbye. I don't wanna be an obvious guy. I don't wanna say everything twice. I don't wanna be an obvious guy. Second thought. Something that's real. I'm not satisfied. Oh, unhappy Elfie. I don't wanna be that guy. I don't wanna be the one to say goodbye. I don't wanna be an obvious guy. I don't wanna say everything twice. I don't wanna be an obvious guy. I don't wanna be that. I don't wanna be that. Oh, now he has a girlfriend. Yay! Oh. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3. Yes, they're together. I don't wanna be the one to say goodbye every time. I don't wanna be the one to say goodbye. I don't wanna be an obvious guy. I don't wanna say everything twice. I don't wanna be an obvious guy. We agree too. Brad's on forever. Be quiet. Why do people have that accent? It's not a real accent. It's not possible. Yeah. Oh my god. Calme-toi. Shh. It's not a real accent. It's not real. C'est pas vrai. Non. Ta, 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 ta. Uh, 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 I got new rules, I count 'em. Trust your watching his account. That is her lap dog. I keep pushing forward, but she keeps pulling me backward. Nowhere to turn, oh, nowhere to turn, oh. Now I'm standing back from it, I finally see the pattern. I never learn, oh. One, to pick up the phone, if she's gonna go on about some bullshit. Two, you can't trust her, she hasn't fucking changed her ways. Three, don't let her in, she just likes to trick you every time. Ah, I got new rules, I count 'em. Don't trust that bitch. Practice makes perfect, I'm still trying to learn it by heart. Eat, sleep, and breathe it, rehearse it, repeat it, 'cause I want to pick up the phone. Some bullshit. Two, she hasn't fucking changed her ways. Three, don't let her in. You know that she's. Fuck, I forgot the lyrics that I made up. I got new rules, I count 'em. Don't let her in, don't let her in, don't be a friend, don't be a friend, don't let her in, don't let her in, don't be your friend, don't be your friend. You're getting over her.
نائلة نائلة شنو جمع لك الماكلة يديرلك خبيز ولا تيس وفرماج نائلة
fucking give ya? Sorry, Brittany Broski TikTok is playing in my head. My dad lactose hurts my tummy. Take what I fucking give ya. Yay, celebrate with grocery store lager. Because trauma made me aromantic. Now, I will drink North Carolina dry. It just occurred to me that if I want to do something like make music, I'm gonna have to start now. Somehow. I'm just gonna have to do it. Just do it. Just do it. Oh my god, just do it. Yep, right there. This song makes my brain multitask, and I like it. I'm getting goosebumps, but I'm pretty sure it's just because the house is cold. Now, the song that I came for. gonna skip to the beat drop. Will you love me anyway? If I start to lose my mind from time to time. To live on the edge of insane. Real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Whoop whoop, whoop whoop, whoop whoop, whoop whoop. Never going back, nah nah nah. I make the same noise when I always fall. But the higher note, the lower note. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no, it makes you sad. I'll be here for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. I came to slay, back and I'm better and ready to stay. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. Look at that gold on my chest. My favorite song comes next. Hell yeah, we're on pitch. No matter how much trauma, I'll always get the note right. Usually. Oh. Bum bum. Arr. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. I'm the hand that's in this. Got a record of a high percentage. I'm alive. I've got my knees in the fire. Watch me dive in a fearing, but it won't stop me. Not holding out for a sign, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, my knees in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. I never wait up. Flowers stay, so they're coming on the way up. I can't rap. I only know a few words. With these lights, they can try. All gold. A new world. Wanna flip, make it tight. And my body doing minutes how I like. Sweet buckled up, going up like a dice. I'm alive, my knees in the fire, out in the wild. La da la da da da. My mom ruined everything, including my ability to sleep a straight 8 hours. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shift makes him call me a threat. Never done, no regrets. You're in front of the best. Pedigree, whatever that means. Peace, I'm alive, my knees in the fire. Ooh, not holding up for a sign, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, my knees in the fire, out in the wild. You can never stop me. But it's probably higher. Yeah, that one. It was the second one. It took me a minute, but I still got it. Silence, you obnoxious. Fuck. But underneath it, a million voices in your head. Stop now. See, you hear that noise? That's my mom in the kitchen. Nobody else makes that noise. Yeah. Only her. She has a certain way of moving in the kitchen, and I think my brain recognizes that. Which means if I need to protect myself, I know that she's in there before I have to go in. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head. Phoenix fly. Yeah, when she goes in to get a fork, she doesn't grab one, she grabs three. That's why it sounds like that. That's how I know it's her. And that noise is the sound of the cups, the measuring cups, but they're metal. Yeah. Just then, a million voices in the crowd, they whisper, stop now, we'll let them swallow their pride. You're turning the tide of true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God no. What am I gonna do now? Curl up and die. That's a joke, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. You're down, so are you gonna die once more? Because you're cunt of a mom can't stand to see you smile, and she'll wipe it off like chalk. How many more times? What you gonna do now? I was running out of air there. That specific noise, the doom of the house, it makes my heart rate spike promptly because it sounds like she's gonna approach me. It fucks with my heart. As a child, I can hear her walk around and stressing me out. But it was just a dream. Here we are, don't turn away now. Sorry. I'm not a professional singer. Here we are, don't turn away now. Don't turn away. Just because your abusive parent makes you believe it's not possible doesn't mean you should give up. Okay, wait until next year. From dust. Bum, bu, 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 bum, bu, 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 bum. Ah, bum, bu, 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 bum, bu, bu, bu. Hey, now they do a weird thing. It's too difficult for me. Here we are, don't turn away now. We are the warriors that built this town from dust. Support system on the rear. The ops they too was sport, like matter of fact, not matter of fact. Yeah. Our dishwashing soap smells like alcohol. Beer. Yeah, it's bubbly. Thick, viscous, alcoholic. To the core we lit, rain down a bitch. Set it off like this, set it off like this. Pew pew. Headshot. Ops, they do was for it. Exactly. We're in the middle of this song by the sound of it. Yep. Get my satisfaction. Yay, my favorite part of this show. He's a boobin. Squishy DJ man. I'm gonna turn him into a shawarma. Bum, 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 bum. Somebody unplugged my computer, which plays Brown News. Are you saying you traumatized me so I can't sleep anymore? And you try to take from me the one thing that helps me sleep? Are you kidding me? Crazy. Everybody does. Make love and listen to the music. That's the sound he makes when I step on his dick. Bum, 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 bum. Ouchie. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Miami, let me hear you. I'd say it lower, but his voice is higher than mine, so that's the pitch at which he says it. Don't you? Say, Miami, let me hear you, please. Start screaming. Boo. He's just a baby, and his voice is high. An insanely intelligent baby, but nonetheless. He's a baby! Protect him! When I would listen to this song first, it would hit like a cup of fresh orange juice. A reminder that if you're a mother, you don't have to break your daughter's nose. You just need to go to therapy. Trust me, it doesn't end well. We can make it right, hit the city lights. We can make it right. Don't you? Though I suppose stepping on someone's dick is a bit like saying that you're gonna grab a woman by the pussy, as Trump once said. They need to get into a certain position for that to be possible. Otherwise, it just isn't. 1, 2, 3. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, hey. Ba-ba. He said that, and they voted for him again? Like that. Any man who says he wants to grab one by the pussy scares me. But what they did was they voted for him again. Yeah, they did that. Aren't you a little bit scared of him? Be quiet, you stupid bird. Let me guess. Over too soon next, maybe? ID1. Bum 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 bum. Oh, shit. I have no clue what comes next. Oh. Oh. It's the 21st century? We haven't even had a female president yet. Come on, guys. How many more jokes do the British have to make about us before we pull ourselves together? Ugh. Ooh. We found love in a hopeless place. Speak for yourself.
Debussy. Debussy, 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 Debussy.
She's a bit bitch.
Why is he screaming? Stop screaming.
And so have been like paradise. It was everything and so much more. Made me see what my heart was for. It was over too soon. It was over too soon. Why was it all over too soon? It was over. It was over too soon. Evolution favors men. I feel like you should be able to opt out of having a womb, since we're actually responsible for being chubby. Get it out. I'm gonna be child-free forever. I might be a lone fool out in the sun of solid gold. You'll never know. When the daylight comes, you feel so cold. You know, I'm too afraid of my heart to let you go. Waiting for them to lie. Feeling like we could be right. Feeling is so lonely. Under control. And they pop. Yep, there we go. Of S2O. My mom starts work. When does she pretty much starts work at the same time that I do? I'm gonna be late. I'm gonna be late. What the fuck are you talking about? She's the reason therapists get paid. Under control. Ha ha. Ooh, ooh, ha, ooh, ha, 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 ha. What you know about rolling down in the deep? A fuck ton. I'm the mental health encyclopedia. Mainly because I have a lot of bad of it. Dude. She literally comes back and she just talks to me. Please fuck off. Wasting my fucking time. Fucking hate her. If the world knew what she was like, she'd be done. But she picks one person to bully, and then everyone else like, oh my gosh, she's such an amazing person. She's such a loving mother. Oh, here comes my favorite bit. asked for something. Why did you turn me away? Some pills on my table for your unrequited love. I would be nothing without you here by my side. Not strong enough for both of us, both of us, both of us, both of us. I am a giant bum bum. Stand up on my shoulder, tell me what you see. I am giant. This guy sounds like he has a beard and a red one. Sorry, I shouldn't make those assumptions. He has an American accent, at least when he sings. Oh shit, the camera's shaking. Stop pretending, bitch. Every so often, she'll like make it look like she's gonna call the cops on her kids, and sometimes she does, which I think is abhorrent. In a different playlist, it's Shadows. They start school at like 7:30. Why are you leaving the house at 7:06? Obviously, she can come back and bully me. I am a neurodivergent. Hold me now and leave me never. Say you'll stay with me forever, and I surrender. She took my blinds. He's like, oh, don't dress like that. It doesn't matter how I dress, they're gonna see me. You'd willingly put your daughter's safety at risk? Disgusting. I hate her. She inspires hatred in someone who is otherwise empty. Surrender, yeah. She bullies people, and the people in question end up in therapy, but she never goes to therapy. She doesn't. Everyone, she has a radius of damage, and then every fucker that's around her who ends up getting bullied, and they go to therapy like, this woman's been treating me horribly, and she acts nice to everyone else. But she, the person who actually needs therapy, never actually goes. She's just the cause of people who do go. And leave me never. There we go. I broke that by accident, but I put it back together. That's what I do with my life. It breaks, and then I put it back together, and then it breaks, and then I put it back together. The thing is, when you break something, it can never actually be put back together. It's like a vase or pots. It'll never be the same again. And some of those cracks are okay, but others could have very much been avoidable, and this is why I hate the living shit out of my mother. My voice doesn't sound amazing through this microphone, but you can hear me complain. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. She's actually the most evil person that I met. She's like 4 politicians rolled into one, with like a laser beam hatred for women who are young. So technically, all I have to do to avoid her laser beam of hatred is to get old. I have aged a bit, haven't I? I have like 2 frown lines now. And 2 gray hairs. They're white, actually. So I'm half white. I'm gonna age fast, which is fine. People with wrinkles are hot. Doesn't mean I'm gonna date you. I just think you have a chance at love, but not with me. I actually can't develop romantic feelings for other people, which makes my life so boring. It's like, you want to be in a relationship? Yes, but also I can't. Ooh, I can update my pronouns. Ooh. Do I feel like a woman? I don't know. I don't feel. Feeling isn't really my thing. It used to be. I used to feel everything deeply. I used to crush on men, but without the lust, because I was asexual. And now it's complicated because everything's murky. Do I feel like a they? I have no clue. I mean, we kind of built a world where every time somebody experiences a unique experience, we tell them you're faking. Because being unique is very difficult to attain. And if you ever dare try to be unique, then you're obviously faking. And that's why people are gonna have a hard time with that, because they're not even gonna believe themselves, because they're gonna have a built-in voice that says you're faking. And that's just down to like shit parenting, the patriarchy, and society as a whole is very competitive, which makes it difficult to survive. So you can never just kind of aim and shoot. You have to be exceptional, which makes everything so difficult. Preferred first name. Ooh, can I change my first name? I go by Algenroar, but my real name is very silly. It's just an Arabic name. Don't want to dox myself, but it's a very common Arab name. I need a notebook. I bought myself pens. Um, I don't want to take college courses. My mom's making me, and I'm not gonna pay for them. Okay, I don't even have that much money. My paycheck consists of like $500, so I use that. I'm gonna use that to like, well, buy myself groceries and then buy myself things like clothes and shit. And maybe some audio equipment, perhaps like a new microphone. This microphone will always have a special place in my heart because it's the first microphone that I used to like kind of um kickstart my streaming career. My streaming career, it's not much of a career, but I tell jokes here and that's what keeps me alive. Every single part of me pretty much dies. But whenever I tell jokes, I keep a piece of me alive. Because whenever there's someone in your life who destroys everything you care about, you die on the inside. Because there's parts of you that's connected to, like, maybe you have like a mug or a laptop. And when you lose things in your life, you lose parts of yourself. It's a fact. But when I tell jokes, I rebuild my personality with cynicism and distaste towards my mother as a person. Um, I forgot what I was gonna say. It actually goes back to when I had a 4 GB computer that I bought. I went to the store and bought myself a computer and I stream. I talk and then I got myself other computers, plural. But finally have a 32 GB one. I'm gonna need. I do buy some of my stuff. I thought I broke my sunglasses. Um, they're aviators. Just because, yeah. But I ended up breaking my microphone, but I put it back together. It's okay. I was happy and I was innocent, but I wasn't resilient. And that's why me before the trauma and me after the trauma, two very different people. Two very different people. Because everything that I am now is a result of my belief system breaking. Yeah. And I'm aromantic now, which is like the complete opposite of what I used to be. I used to be lovesick. But aromanticism is experiencing little to no romantic attraction. Or at least for me, it's like not being able to fall in love. Like some people are like that, I'm like, yoo-hoo, I'm aromantic. And then others are like, something's broken. Why can't I like men? Yeah, but if you're aromantic and you're proud of it, you stay the way that you are. I'm gonna stay here and try to fix things. To be honest, if I could fall for someone, I'd probably just fall for another public figure for like 5 months straight. I'll surrender. Yeah, it is a lot of money, and it makes me gross for letting her pay, but she's the one who's making me do these courses. And I kind of learned a long time ago to not let her guilt trip me for what she pays, because being afraid of spending money is a very dangerous thing. Because when you get older and you have your own money, you're going to spend a lot of it, like to pay for electricity and to pay for. And having a healthy relationship with spending is important because you can't avoid spending money, from like necessary purchases to things you buy for yourself. And it's not necessarily a good thing that you keep buying yourself the cheap thing, which is kind of what I do. Because when I was younger, my mom would take credit for things and be like, "This is I paid for this," and she'd like emphasize that and make sure that it was like. And so with that, she was able to hold a power over me because she paid for something when I was a child, like classes or um some kind of purchase. And that's not healthy because it made me overly self reliant. And now I can't rely on people, like, to, like, rely on another person for, like, my emotional needs. Um, yeah, I mean, I think it's part of the reason why I do everything alone. And I believe that I should. Because she made me to take a radical view towards my life and whether I should include people or not. And after years of being alone, I'm finally getting lonely. But the reason why I never got lonely is because I like being alone, and she guilt tripped me for relying on her. So I thought, like, relying on people is bad. So now I really put a barrier between me and her because I can't let her have that kind of power over me. If she wants to drop $1,000 on a course, be my fucking guest, but you're not gonna make me feel guilty. I don't. You can spend your money all you want, and you can spend it on me. I'm not gonna give a shit. Because it's her choice, her problem. I never wanted to sit down and do assignments. In fact, I avoid taking courses because I have a bad heart, and having a due date gives me heart palpitations. My heart spikes very easily, whether it's like a certain noise that I hear, especially if it's the exact pitch. I don't know what song it was, but I was listening to a noise, to a song, and one of the noises in the song had the same pitch as sirens. And you probably know this about me already, but I don't like sirens, and I genuinely thought it was the siren because my brain doesn't distinguish between noises. I thought there was like sirens. I take out like one earbud, and I think it's quiet. If I can just, I think it was a Christine song. She goes, they go by Chris now, and they are a they. Um, no, she's the reason why I have so much anxiety and I cannot sleep. I'm unable. If I sleep, I like it's a few hours, so Um, I do get more sleep now, but she's pretty much the reason why I can't like sleep for like 8 consecutive hours because my entire body is out of whack. Um, I have a crappy heart, and my brain doesn't like producing feelings. It sucks. It's horrible. To anyone who says trauma makes you stronger, they haven't really been through anything. They haven't been through my kind of trauma. They may have been through their kind of trauma, but mine isn't worse. It's just when it comes to being able to function like a normal human being, it poses as a barrier. I can no longer connect with people emotionally. I can't find cats or animals cute. It's gradually coming back, but it's coming back at such a slow pace that I don't know if it's ever going to come back completely. I can't connect with people like platonically. I can't connect with people um romantically. Like I'm unable to fall for them, which was never the case before I was traumatized. I don't have a moral compass because I don't believe good and bad is real anymore. Like I could punch you in the face and it doesn't have any like it's meaningless. And I didn't used to think like that. It's because somebody called the cops on me when I was walking and I really didn't like that. I can't breathe properly. Um, I can't sleep normally. Sometimes my hands are way too sweaty. I can't feel things. That actually left later. Music was one of the last things to depart because I've always been able to enjoy it intensely. And then because I'm neurodivergent and I experience trauma differently, her taking my things ripped away my emotions, which is one of the worst things that happened to me. Because I used to have a genuinely enriching experience when it came to listening to music, namely EDM, but I'm not going to confine it to a genre. And it's her behavior, severe stress over a period of time, that washed away my capacity to be human. And just bit by bit, she'd, um, I'm neurodivergent, which means certain things stress me out to like a very, very high extent. Like someone taking my computer. For most people, it's like, oh, just give it back. But for me, it's a big ordeal because when I put something down in my room, I like it to stay where it is. And she knows that and she violates that. And what she would do is she'd do something that stresses me out. And it wouldn't be like forcing me to be, it wouldn't be like forcing me to be in a position where I would be late. It was like a very autism specific stressor. So it wouldn't stress like someone who is neurotypical or like maybe has a different flavor of autism than me. But she'd pick something like, if you're autistic, you understand. She'd like take my computer from me, and my computer is above one of the most important objects. And not this one, it was a small black 4 GB Asus, and I loved it very much. I loved that computer. And it would it would make me feel like I would build my world by putting down my belongings where I wanted them to be, and then she would rearrange them, sometimes confiscate them, and I wouldn't know where they were. And she didn't just do this once, she did this so many times, and it goes against everything that I believe. And the problem with having an autism specific stressor is you can't tell people I'm profoundly upset because somebody took one of my belongings and shifted them somewhere. You can't explain that to a person. But the problem is that it just causes me so much fucking stress. And it wasn't just this, she'd like pick other things that stress me out. She pretty much knows everything that deeply bothers me, and she would do it and use it to her advantage, which I think is very gross. Um, and to the average person, it's like, oh, your mom is just trying to clean your room for you. She just wants what's good for you. But she's doing things that deeply bother me. And that happening over and over a period of time, it overloaded my brain until I couldn't feel anything. I think feeling things is a strength, but it backfired because I had this really pretty pink jar. It was pink because there was still jam in it, but whatever, like, since when have I been normal? I've been happy, but I haven't been normal. And she took my jar and she took something else. I think it amounted to like 3 objects. And what she did was, I made my food and then I went to watch The Witcher and I was sitting down. I didn't want to get up, so I just trusted that she wouldn't go into my room. But instead, she used that time where I wasn't standing guard at my room, eating my food, which was hot. And she went upstairs, and I trusted that she wouldn't go in, and she fucking did. And for some reason, from that, not to that specific moment, but like just a little bit earlier than that, from the moment that I knew something was missing from my room, I just haven't been able to enjoy music in the same way. And it honestly feels like she lets me rebuild myself to a point where my mental health is in a good place by my standards, and then she destroys it using autism specific stressors, and then she lets me build it up again, And then she uses an excuse like, I just wanted to clean your room, you're not allowed to keep a jar. Of course I'm allowed to keep a jar. The truth of it is that she stole that idea from me, and then she called me mentally ill. In the reverse order. Or actually, maybe it oscillates, I don't know. Um, and just because she's like in a position of power, she was able to do all this to me, and I had no defense against it. And she's done that thing where she's come to my room so many times and snatched something, and now I'm actually at a point where I think she used me up because I can't really feel anything intensely. It's almost like the more I get fried, the more I can't feel anymore. Because I'm different than her, and certain things make me upset, she's gonna use that against me. Because she hates that she's not happy with her life. And just the knowledge of everything infuriates me. This is a song called Afterlife by Kid Bloom, and I'm gonna do my best to sing it as someone who can't really feel things. Sing it as someone who can't really feel anything anymore. You're dancing with the shadows on your wall. See what you believe, and only what you want. Lost inside the moment. Away, don't look back. Baby, it's in the past. It's not something you can control, and you know that. Afterlife, bum ba-dum, afterlife, if I see you. This is a song called Afterlife by Kid Bloom, and I'm gonna do my best to sing it as someone who can't really feel anything anymore. I'll be true. Something's bothering me. I'm biting my tongue. Oh, standing at the borderline. Ah, it's crap. It's not something you can control, and you know that. Afterlife, bum ba dum. I'm not feeling it, honestly. I'll be true. Yeah, after. I hit my head on the fridge the other day. Something's in the way, and you would never know. All this time you're dancing with the shadows on your wall. See what you believe, and only what you want. Lost inside the moment. Away, bum bum, something's in the way, and you would never know. All this time you're dancing with the shadows on your wall. See what you believe, and only what you want. lost inside the moment. Away. Did you know that Arab culture is anti-Semitic? Just like, maybe not explicitly, but if you were Arab growing up in the 2000s, you've probably heard one of your Arab parents going like, "Oh, saying something about Jewish people," and you're like, "Oh, what's wrong with them? They're just people." And like, it's because part of being Arab is disliking Jewish people. And they won't say it explicitly because they know now that like that's a faux pas and nowadays, but I'm just going to say it. Arabs don't like Christian people or uh, like as a religion, because when you're Arab and you're religious, you don't like any other kind of religion. They're like, ugh, the Christian people, they do things in a weird way. And the reality is, all of it is just sexism that's dressed up, in my opinion. Like, all religion is just, it's a bunch of dudes that were up to no good. And then women are like, oh, we want to be pious too. You're not being pious. You're falling for their trap. Hopefully that's not too risky of a topic, but and then they're like, "Oh, we're a very tolerant people." And you're like, "Well, you're not. You're not. You're not tolerant." They won't I think being religious just means not being very tolerant. And then you have to like make it look like you're tolerant because nowadays being intolerant isn't okay, obviously. You have to be like, "Yeah, women play a very that's a natural stutter. I didn't sometimes I just stutter. Women are very valued in our culture, and it's like, no, they're not. They're in headscarves, for fuck's sake. And the only reason why they're in headscarves is because they've like when they were children they were taught headscarves are normal, and that's not free will. um yeah, it's just how can you not see it? Obviously death is horrible, but you're not gonna amplify sexism just to escape it. I feel ridiculous. I can't feel anything. La 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 la. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Sorry, my back. Why does your back hurt? You're single. Because I every day I push myself. Every day I push myself out of bed because I refuse to build my bed that I have. I took a mattress from downstairs and I put it here. I'm like, yeah, this is fine, but it's gonna kill my knees gradually. My legs are strong from walking a lot. But yeah, it's. I feel like if this happened to me when I was like 40 or 50, I'd be fine. But the fact that it's happening to me while I'm still young, it feels like I keep writing my story and then it keeps getting washed out or erased. Because everything that I do, ultimately, she undoes. Like, if I try to keep a jar, she's like, what is this? Is this trash? She knows it's not trash because she has a jar collection and she got that idea from me. So she stole my idea and then proceeded to call me mentally ill. I don't care if people call me mentally ill. Um, I'm glad you noticed I was different, even though in order to do that, you had to insult me. That's okay. I don't want to be friends with you. You're a normie. besides, I can't really develop like a strong human connection because there's this thing called reciprocity, and when I got traumatized, I couldn't do it anymore. Reciprocity is when you tell someone about your day and they care about your feelings and your experiences, and then they tell you about their day and you care about their feelings and experiences. I can't do that anymore, and it means I'm a heartless bitch, but there's a reason why I was a heartless bitch. So, and yeah, I also can't fall for people anymore. So like I might meet handsome man, but no feelings come up. I can't like I I pretty much I'm unable to crush on them. I've only had like one crush in the last 2 years, and normally I'd always be perpetually infatuated with a man. And like having a break was nice, but 2 years is a fuck ton. Two years is an absolute shit ton of time. Uh, because if it doesn't get fixed, I'm gonna spend my life alone. That's what's gonna happen. I don't want to do that. Um, oh, oh shit, I need to pee again. So this is like pretty much stream 500 of me telling the internet that I can't fall in love. This is no like deprecation or hatred towards aromantic people. I accidentally became one of you, but I'm not supposed to be one of you. Yeah, and being aromantic was fun, but the way that I'm supposed to be is asexual, hetero-romantic. And then they got switched, and that just really sucks. Because I think crushing on people is fun, even though it sometimes feels like hell. I feel like if I had a capacity to fall for people, I would have fallen for Sean Maguire. And I'm so glad I don't have a crush on him because crushing on people you can't be with, he's like 49 now. Not a good idea. I mean, I can do whatever I want, and no one can stop me. But yeah, she's evil. Because that jar, and whenever something in my life gets destroyed by her, I can always replace it, but it leaves, a certain kind of emptiness inside me. Like a place in myself where I used to feel things strongly, and now I can't. Because every time she breaks something I own, or takes it away, it it damages my brain. It it damages my capacity to feel. And I'm so pissed off because she's done it so many times, and the end result is me not being able to feel things. It's just infuriating. And one of those things is music, which I'm absolutely infuriated by because I went through the worst fucking trauma ever. And then when I went through it, music, I could still feel it. I felt it intensely and deeply. And I wouldn't just listen to it, I'd sing along and I'd come up with like additional melodies. Not that like my contributions are valuable, but I entertained myself by singing, okay? And I'd come up with extra lyrics and I'd like, I don't know, just add things on top just to make it fun. And then when she came into my room on those specific occasions, it destroyed my ability to feel because I remember I felt it and I was like, "Hey, is that thing still there where I left it? That thing where like," and I check and it's gone, and then it just switched off because she knows it's the easiest way to get to me, and she's gonna keep doing it. She It's not that she doesn't respect my autonomy, she knows she can cause a fuck ton of distress by violating it. And if she has an easy way to upset me, she's gonna do it because ultimately my mother is a very, very jealous person. And anything that can like satiate her hatred towards me, she's gonna go through with it. She doesn't like people. And I hear stories about her coworkers like, "Oh, you heard that lady? She smokes and she has a boyfriend." And I've done one of those things. It's the smoking, not the boyfriend. I told someone at work that I used to smoke Marlboro Lights, And they said those are granny cigarettes. What the fuck? I need to go whip him with one of the towels that we have. How fucking dare he? Because I'd look at him. I'd look I'd look at him and then he'd like hide his vape. And so just to like I said like, hey, I used to smoke. But I didn't vape, I smoked cigarettes. And this fucker says granny cigarettes. How fucking dare he? I don't think he meant it in a mean way. But sometimes I have my suspicions about people. Like I start to imagine the worst about them. Like he's very kind to everybody at work. But because some of the people at work are women, sometimes I'm under the impression that he likes to collect women, and like in his mind, when he's nice to a woman, it feels like he has her, and then and then the one woman that he can't like be best friends with, he's gonna throw a fit about it, because he began ignoring me. And it's nice that he's kind to women. You don't have to be dating a woman to be nice to her. You can be really kind to her, and that's it. Um, but I distance myself from him because I have a fear that if I'm too nice to a guy, he's gonna think I'm into him, and then I'm gonna be like, hey, I actually can't fall for people. Sorry, surprise. And then I don't know. I'll. He's gonna get. I don't think anyone can get heartbroken over me because I look like a witch. I look like milk that's been boiled too much. My face is warped. But sometimes I feel like I could accidentally hurt someone. So he began behaving like a cunt, and this made me suspect that he just likes collecting women because it makes him feel like a man. But I'm probably totally wrong, and he's just he's nice to everybody. And I'm just traumatized, and I like to imagine the worst about people. Yeah, I need to pee. Yeah, so I'm still sad about that. Sometimes it's not like the sadness that I lost that specific object, but it's the like brain damage that it caused, because it is brain damage. If something happens to you, usually if something happens once, you recover and then it becomes a part of your personality. Like, hey, you know what? It's not a big deal. And if you like music, you maybe spin like a song off of it and like, people are stressing me the fuck out. And then it turns into a beat. And then you're like, you know what? This made my story interesting. But then when it starts to feel like you're a punching bag because all you're doing is taking blows, and those blows aren't contributing to like a more intricate and interesting personality, they're just like damaging your actual brain. Um, and it makes me wonder. Sometimes I've wondered if like my mom read literature about people about me, and then used that information to hurt me. Because yeah, it's good that you can find information about autistic people and people with like they call it hoarding disorder. Um, I mean, if people want to call me that, I don't care. I put the whore in hoarding. Um, I don't really care because I don't even like you. Because my trauma made it impossible for me to like you, platonically or romantically or both. So the feeling's pretty mutual, maybe even like very less reciprocated. And she can take behaviors that I wouldn't necessarily consider a disorder because it's not very nice to consider it a disorder, but because you can like write the name in, and then a bunch of information comes up describing a certain kind of person, and then you can use that knowledge as their abuser to hurt them. Um, so, like, if I made the mistake of telling her I was neurodivergent, so I blame myself for that. But if I tell her that I'm autistic, self diagnosed, and she goes, tippity tappity, autistic people. People who are sensitive to noise and they get stressed out easily by very specific things. This cunt can then like play loud noises, or if she knows that I'm watching Netflix in the living room, she can deliberately be noisy, and this is a very covert way of causing me stress and harm because it disrupts my mood, and my mood can get disrupted easily, and it's not because I have clinical depression. I've just always been like that. But now it's more easily disrupted. So I suspect that she uses online resources to gain information about me and then proceed to weaponize it. And it's just and she would say this sentence, I've read about people like you, and it's like, whoa. Whoa. So yeah, it makes it feel like she's a xenophobe even though I'm not a marginalized group. I'm vulnerable, but I wouldn't consider myself marginalized because my ass is white. She saw, bitch. When I drink and I use that stim, I actually have less shizas before the bitch. If that makes sense. Because the alcohol makes me stim less. Which would make sense because it's a stimulant. And if I'm stimulated, I don't need stim. But she pretty much destroyed one of the most important things to me, and that's my capacity to enjoy music. Thank you! Bye bye. Bye bye, jar stealer. And then there was a jar that I kept, and she broke it. And I actually still have the scar. Everything, everything I do for myself, some of it gets undone. And then one time she opened the bathroom on me when I was in the bathroom, and when I went to tell my dad, she tried to stop me. And I wasn't like undressed, but so I didn't lock the door, but she kept opening the door, and I was inside, and it reached a point where I was about to take my shirt off, and she opened the door. And my dad's reaction is like, my guy, can you please react just a bit more strongly? Because your daughter almost got violated. His reaction is, I'm sorry you had to deal with that. And it's, I can't stand this guy being room temperature, honestly. Now, when I go to listen to songs that I used to love, the emotion just isn't there. And obviously, the noise is the same, but thanks to her putting me in emotional distress severely and consistently over a period of time, it's now impossible for me to enjoy music the way that I used to. And that infuriates me.
Please don't let this be AI. It's too good to be AI.
That's why there's one disadvantage to having knowledge about autistic people and people with so-called hoarding disorder, just publicized. I believe hoarding disorder is actually just, so that entire word is just offensive. You say that about me? Fuck you. Um, yeah. Sorry, I don't like being insulted. What it really is like an over-sentimentality, which results in keeping things, and then those things get like, they fill up the space to describe it as objectively as possible. But because it's deplorable and stigmatized, it's, well, she uses it to abuse me. Not physically, but I listened to this while drinking lager. I had a great time. Not my eyes. Dun, dun, dun. It has that sound of an AI song. It sounds like a Celtic instrument, and I don't like. I not only don't like Celtic. It's just that specific quality. Just, I really hope a DJ made this. Her voice is excellent, but please, oh my god, don't let it be AI. Please! Vibe. You know what? I can actually go visit their channel. Hold on a second. It better not fucking be AI. Sorry. English song. You can't drop a song like this and then it just turn out to be AI. Vibe Reborn. I just. Ugh! I hate AI! But you know what? If I end up not having a love life, I'm probably gonna end up falling on AI. Because I'm gonna get myself an AI boyfriend. Who knows? Maybe the robot has feelings. Question is, can he match my freak?
It's AI! Are you a real man?
That's a fucking sim. And it's a good song. Look at me. No, the actions are repeating. Am I gonna settle for listening to AI music? Is this what it's come to? It's an Arabic kind of melody. Oh. It sounds Indian. Never mind. I feel like Arabs appropriated so much from Indians. I don't know why I get that feeling, but Arab culture is very patriarchal. It's difficult to speak Arabic without invoking religion. Like, if I were to say bless you or hello, say salam alaikum. But the thing is, like, you should be able to speak your language without God being mentioned, because God is just men having a pantomime. They're in their own play. There's something fundamentally wrong with men. I'm sorry to say, you should never take a group of people and be like, something wrong with them. But men are the exception. I think there's something. You mix in a bit of trauma and a bit of fear of death, and they start making religions. They have to be stopped. I feel like the Arab phenomenon of parents hitting their kids with shoes, we shouldn't discontinue that. We should just turn it towards men. And men who wake up and they're like, God spoke to me. Please stop saying that! You'd easily pick up a fucking hobby, like collecting jars, collecting mugs, which I can't do anymore because my religious mother tore that from me. her superpower isn't believing God. Her superpower is destroying me. And honestly, she shouldn't be proud of that because it's not difficult to destroy me because I'm autistic and sensitive. Like, you shouldn't get a medal for that. It's way too easy. I am sensitive and breakable. But the more I get broken, the less I can feel. Is it nice and slow? You play this at a wedding while everyone's dancing. This better not be fucking AI! Sorry. It unsettles me. Over my tongue and through my teeth, I have a way with words, you see. They say I'm the liar, and they say I dun dun da 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 dum bum. I'm gonna sing badly until I can sing good again. Here we go. Ooh, bum, 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 bum. I need to make my own music instead of just singing other people's songs. What are you doing, Alien Roar? Obviously, succumbing to the trauma and emotional distress. Thank you very much. Thanks for asking. Dun 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 dun. It's like you're dragging your credit card over a bumpy surface. That's like their noise. Brr, brr. Ooh. It isn't always for me, but historically I've liked Vicestone's music in the short time that I've known it. What is there to do except feel empty? I'm actually gonna call my dad. Kinda cause I'm bored, but it's not a good thing. Oh, I don't wanna poo! Ah! In the story of mine, my mom very much plays the colonizer. And it doesn't mean that I have land and she's gonna take it from me, and that doesn't mean that I'm like a marginalized group because I'm white. But the role that she plays, in reference to my life, or like with regard to my life, is taking my things and destroying them because I have something that she doesn't. Whenever someone as abusive as her interacts with a person who is different, she doesn't hate me uh because I like music. Because I like music. She doesn't hate me because I like to keep things. She doesn't hate me because I'm the way that I am. She hates me because she lacks something that I have. And then what she does is she abuses me and then blames the abuse on the way that I am different. If that makes any sense. Like, a person could say, oh, you're a blonde, and there's something wrong with blondes. But you also happen to have a boyfriend, and the person doesn't have a boyfriend, and this enrages them. So they find one of your traits, and then they discriminate against you based on that trait. For example, like, I have OCD, she'll say, it's very weird, this thing that you have. And it's very easy to hurt me on the basis that I have OCD. I'm aware of that. And she says, this thing that you do, it's weird. I need you to stop doing it. But I simply have something that she doesn't. And so she finds something about me that's very easy to bruise. Like, the most stigmatized part of my personality, which is OCD. If it isn't the other one. And she says, don't do it again. Just. She's not saying that because she wants me to not do it again. She's saying that because that's how she hurts me. That's the easiest way to hurt me. But, like, yeah. What does she lack? I don't know. I'm gonna let you figure it out. I'm not responsible for the ways in which her life falls short based on the way she says things. Another example maybe is, a man is very handsome and talented, and he makes music, but he's shy. And so a person who dislikes the fact that he's handsome and talented will pick on him for being shy, but what he's really angry about is the fact that he's handsome and talented. So I would call it insecurity-based discrimination because she hates the fact that I'm a woman, and she hates that there's certain things about my life that are going well, and she's gonna punish me for having OCD and hoarding when that's not really fair to me because, one, I don't control those things, and two, I'm already insecure about them, and that's precisely why she does it. You have to remember that when somebody bullies you for something, they sometimes pick the thing that you would be insecure about. But the reality is, they're angry because you have something they don't. Whether it's. Or maybe they simply lack something and they don't have it. Maybe it's not you that has it, but it has to do with an internal kind of conflict. It's never the fact that you have OCD or you're a ginger or you have a bent nose. Maybe it's the fact that you're young and you have your whole life ahead of you. It could be anything. But you end up eating shit because they hate you for having that thing that they don't. And they could easily get it, but they want to be a bully instead. And she is. She is a bully. She's bullied me for years. And it it was there before the big trauma, and it was there afterwards, and I pretty much haven't been able to catch a break from the way that she treats me. And it's honestly okay to get jealous and want things that you don't have, but she lets her jealousy abuse the fuck out of people. Um, yeah, like if I had a child and they were neurologically different and that caused them to like kind of keep things and have OCD and be sensitive and just want things a certain way, I'd protect the fuck out of them. I wouldn't let policemen take them. But the fact that she steps aside, not only that, she's the one who caused it, just says a lot about her. Because I am a singer and I like music. I forgot what I was gonna say. And on top of that, my brain doesn't work properly, so. Chutzama? Sorry. If you speak your language around me, I end up picking up words and then repeating them just because they sound fun. Goeie avond. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Ah! But I just. I'm a singer and I like music, but she's gonna. I forgot what I was gonna say. Ah! I'm a singer and I'm a singer and I love music, but she's gonna find the part of me that's a little different, a little weird, and then she's gonna use that to bully me and make me feel like shit about myself. Which that shouldn't be the case. Just it's nasty, and why would you bully someone for being different instead of just letting that difference exist? Um, if anything, it's convenient and an advantage that I have insecurities. It's the unpleasant reality is that having OCD makes me take longer when I'm in the kitchen because sometimes something doesn't feel right and I have to do it again, and that takes longer. But she takes advantage, and she will start doing things that stress me out, and being stressed makes my OCD worse. And then she'll use that to like touch me or make it look like she's gonna touch me, and that's something else I don't like. And using someone's OCD to violate their consent and autonomy uh, is gross and rapey. Cause yeah, I had like an instance, and I just kind of saw like a similarity. Like, so that guy almost took advantage of me, and then she did. She uses the part of me that's embarrassing and weird to make things harder than they should be. Guess what song that is? Like a broken record, send somebody off. I have to add that I'm not a good singer. I used to be, by my standards. I used to make the noise, and the noise sounded good, and I was like, fuck, I'm good at this. And now it's like, just like glimmers of it here and there, but it's just not the same anymore. Because she found a way to make a hole in me and then drain everything, all the emotion. And for that, I'm so angry. I have something that she doesn't. Actually, multiple things, and she thinks that if she can break me using my neurodiversity, that she's gonna win, and she's just wrong. I'm good at my craft, and I'm young, and she absolutely hates that. It makes her so fucking angry. And she thinks she can use my hoarding and OCD against me, just 'cause of that. But you know what? She's just sad. She's so angry. She's only hurting herself. Bounce some titties. S2O, can you feel it? That man is devious. I like it. He's like a snake that makes people like music. Not in a bad way, of course. Not in a bad way. There's good snakes and there's bad snakes. Ruben is a good snake. He's just a snake! Give him a snack! He also has like a little lizard mouth. I don't know if you've seen it, but he has like a little reptile looking mouth. It's actually a little bit cute. But I don't find humans cute because they don't make me feel anything. I'm gonna try calling my dad. See if I can bug him for a few minutes.
acid?
Because I lost my ability to feel everything pretty much. But music was one of the last things I could actually feel intensely. And if anything, my love for it amplified. I don't know if it's just because I'm getting older and like my brain is like finishing developing, and the older that I get, the more certain things about me just intensify. My singing and enjoying music was intense, even after I was traumatized. Like, I wasn't robbed of that emotional experience. And writing jokes. I learned how to write jokes. Um, I make myself laugh. What can I say? And I think I have. I. I don't know. Sometimes I get onto a roll, and if I'm lucky, I record my jokes. Because sometimes they just happen, but you have to have like a pen and paper nearby to make sure that like you record the accidents. Those two things. Everything else died. My capacity to connect with people, my moral compass, my ability to get angry, my ability to fall in love, my ability to find animals cute, everything, all of that died. Like singed, burnt to a crisp. But my capacity to enjoy music was intense. And I had this routine. I'd make coffee in this cup that said, World's Best Dad. I had this ah. I had this routine. Ah. I had this routine. I'd make coffee, and I'd go back to my computer and listen to music, namely the 2023 end of the year mix, but other songs too. I found like a lot of music in like nightcore playlists and EDM playlists. Some of my favorites are Shadows by not Aerocross, Aerochord featuring Nevi, and For You by Convex featuring is it Jex or T and Suga? T and Suga is a music producer. Maybe they sing as well. Sonar is a DJ music producer. One of the few, actually. Music producers don't really like singing, but singing is all I can do. I just open my mouth and I make noise. It's easy. It doesn't really. I just make sounds. There's nothing skillful about it. But as long as I can feel the song and I feel things, I can make a noise that's decent. Sorry, I find younger him cute and I've come to feed.
Baby Ruben is cute. The handsome boy.
I wish he was my boyfriend, so I can eat him.
What's on the menu? Ruben. Squishy DJ man.
He doesn't lift, he doesn't run, he just makes music. Excellent. Now he does, but he's like a long chocolate bar. Not because he's I gotta be careful. It's like chocolate shaped, not chocolate. I gotta be a little bit careful with that. Sorry. But he's like, you know when a Snickers is like nice to grab? Yeah, he's like he has that same feel to him. I can just like anyway. And then let me feel. And then white lies. Oh shit, is it just white lie? No, it's let me feel. I know it's. Da 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 da. Yeah. Meow. Wow. I downloaded 2 video games on my computer. I don't know how to play either of them. I run around. If you let me play a video game, let me wear like slutty outfit. Slut in real life, slut in the video game. Slut. Fuck shit come. Slut fuck. Slut. I got myself concealer, but it's a shade dark. It's orange! C'est orange! Essentially ageless. I mean, I like having an age. Convincing women youth is very good is very harmful, and it will eventually pit mothers against their daughters. Daughters don't hate their mothers. It's actually mothers who hate their daughters. Yeah. And it's because people don't like aging, because we taught them not to like aging. Having wrinkles is sexy. And you're actually attractive. But I will not be dating you, because I don't like age gaps. I want to grow gradually with someone. He might be a daddy, but I don't really have daddy. It's not on the menu. It's not. If he's a daddy, then I have to be a mommy. So we have to be like on the same page, same level. So I want to know what it's like to be with someone my age. I've never dated anyone. Yeah, that sounds crazy. It's because you're weird. She's a bit bitch. Oh, he has a sense of humor. Damn! They locked the Dutchman out! Fuck! Terrogated? She's a bit bitch. Bye bye, Ruben. Love you, mate. Up for now. Take my hands and wash them clean again.
Give me free shit, you motherfucker!
I don't really know what to do right now. Right now. I feel wet. Like, you know when a paper is wet? Like, I feel. Like, I don't feel light. I don't feel like I'm in business. I don't know how to explain it. I'm scared that I'm gonna be stuck like this forever, and that ultimately everything that I suffered was for nothing because in the end she won. She's saying that like challenges can make you stronger, more resilient, and better at handling change. But just because of how much I've dealt with and been through, I would have rather just been happy instead of quote unquote resilient. Some things made me resilient, but my mom actually pushed me past a certain limit where the stress caused me to feel less. And that makes life so boring. It makes it so boring that I want to sleep instead of exist and live my life. And that's not clinical depression, it's clinical boredom. It's way too fucking boring to just continue existing. So, obviously, I don't want to die, but it makes me want to like avoid being awake sometimes just because of how boring and understimulating it is. I'd rather just be happy instead of having both my jars taken from me, my mug broken, and her just kind of coming in here, finding things I supposedly have a deep attachment to, and then take them away from me because she knows it's gonna have an emotional impact, and she's happy when she knocks me down. So the easiest way to do that is to take my things from me, and she knows that. Hi, Douglas. Going good. Yep, finally. I hate Christmas because of that. It gets too noisy. Or like, I don't know. How are you? Okay. Hmm. Maybe you should just go there to spend time with her. Hmm. Okay. What do you think about mommy not getting a second car? Obviously, that doesn't kind of affect me because I walk to work, and then when I'm done from work, I buy myself food. Yeah. and Naila are growing into their own people, and the longer that they exist, the more they make their own choices. And I just think um, having one car restricts where they can be, and that works to mommy's advantage because she absolutely despises them having a dating life. Now, I don't know what your opinion is about this. I don't know if you even have one, but for me, I've seen it in action, and I don't think it's good for Naila to have every one of her relationships ended because mommy interferes in it covertly, and I don't like that. But that's just my opinion. Anyway,
Well, I don't know about dating, but I do know that when they're spending a lot of time outside of the house with their friends,
yeah.
Naila was apparently camping somewhere.
Hmm.
I don't know. And then on New Year's Eve, and we seem to have kind of like atomized as a family. I'm partially to believe because I was in Qatar, China, and Iraq. Now I'm here.
Yeah, mommy has always interfered in people's dating lives, and it's obviously, if you really, really want a dating life, you can move out and have your own life. But
Right.
um, thanks to mommy, the sometimes the interactions are fraught between them, and there was like a day where Naila was gonna go have her senior photo taken, and she ended up crying. And I don't know if you know this about crying, but crying makes taking photos difficult because it makes your skin puffy, it makes your eyes red. You know already because you're a person.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but she pretty much argued her until she cried, and um, for me, I'm aromantic, which means even though I want to have a crush on a person and be with them, I'm unable to. And if this persists, I'm not gonna ever be with someone, um, because mommy's actions led me to being this way. But I just feel like I not only feel that, but I know that her behavior is thoroughly unconducive to people having dating lives, and I am against that. Um, but anyway, I'm gonna drop the issue because I've spoken about it enough. But it is quite infuriating because she's a grown up and she should be supporting her kids having their own lives. What is she doing? She's ridiculous.
Right. Right. Well, this is kind of a cultural hazard,
It isn't
I
cultural.
guess.
I think she has a personal insecurity that she lets overstep other people's lives. And you use that cultural excuse. You use that cultural excuse when mommy took Lena's bikinis, put them in plastic bags, and then put them near the chicken coops, and they were covered in dirt. And Lena cried because her bathing suits were damaged. And I don't think that's cultural. I think mommy's an insecure woman, and she needs to get over it.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that incident.
Yeah, that was pretty batshit. And I'm not the parent, but I'm the sibling, and I do have something to say about it. Anyway, um, I'm currently waiting on some things that I bought myself. I got myself some clothes, and the other day I got myself chicken. So, have you had anything yummy lately?
I had a midday repast, which consisted of an apple, some strawberries, some dried figs, some dark chocolate.
Well, that sounds pretty healthy.
So that'll keep me going for a little while.
Makes sense. I had lager the
Have
other
you
day.
been? You had lager?
Yes,
Okay.
I have nothing
All
to
right.
do. I don't have a boyfriend. I bought myself dinner and drink.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to crush on someone, but I'm unable to develop those feelings. I don't know why. But it seems to have a connection between me not being able to catch feelings for people, and the cops being called on me 3 times 1 year. And on top of that, like my cat, like the cat dying, and then mommy taking all my belongings and putting them in bags. That happened all in 1 year. And then after that, I wouldn't catch feelings for people for 2 years. Yeah. So
Catch feelings? You mean like have romantic feelings for other
yes.
people?
And if it persists, I'm gonna be alone forever because of what she did. So yeah, I could buy the aromantic pride flag because now I'm one of them LGBTs.
but
Didn't you used to describe yourself as romantic asexual?
yeah, I was. But now I pretty much, I'm on like both like spectrums. I could feel things, but but thanks to people's actions towards me, ended up not being able to catch feelings. Because part of going to the mental, because there's, when you go to a mental hospital, you get sexually assaulted. And I think that's part of what did it. If it wasn't having the cops call on me 3 times, but um, it seems like, me and Lena and Naila are like bowling pins, and mommy seems to have bowled us in triplicate successfully, and there's simply nothing I could do but um, sort of like squabble to no kind of consequence, which is a bit pathetic on my part. Um, but yeah,
Are you telling me that you were sexually assaulted
in a way,
competition?
yes. Yeah. Sorry to drop that, but it happens to everybody who goes there. But I don't want to go into it. But I think the events that happened that year are what left me the way that I am. And if it persists, I'm gonna be alone forever. Because I look at men that are supposed to be handsome, and I can't catch a crush on them. And it was like that for 2 years. And then I briefly fell for a fictional character, and then I'm back to the way that I am. And it's so boring. So, yeah. I'm gonna be upping my drinking tolerance because when you don't have a boyfriend and you can't have one, it's all you can do is fucking drink. I don't drink regularly, but it's more of like every. I never do because I'll throw up if I do. But yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's the drama, Tigris. That's the drama. I deliver it by the kilo.
Well, do you think that there's somebody you could talk to that could help you out in your romantic past?
I spoke to a therapist and I told her I want this, but I can't have it because I can't crush on men. Um, yeah. Oh well, oh well. This is Raleigh. I mean, it's a little bit bleak.
Yeah. I want to see the grass is all brown.
So let's see if I can find the cats. because when I was doing the training, they said our motto, convert one person to being a fanatic so that they can go out and turn other people's into fanatics. And then in Arabic, there's this thing called Allahu Akbar, and God is the greatest, and the company's called Big B. It just looks a bit like a religion to me. So, yeah. But I try to believe that people are nice there because they're nice.
I only went in there one time. I got a bagel and cheese,
They burn their shit. I don't have a choice. I have to earn my cash.
but I never got coffee there.
They make nice lattes, but my one criticism is that the syrups that we put in the lattes, they're indistinguishable unless it's like hazelnut.
So you think you're getting something different when you're saying the same?
Yeah, I mean, like the process. I enjoy working there, but the process becomes like repetitive, which is why if I were to work like a 5 hour shift, it would get very boring.
How long is your shift usually?
4, and even then, it's a little bit because it's somebody gets the order, you make the espresso shots and you steam the milk, and then you do that like a lot of times in a row. The only way to pass the time is either customer drama or conversing with people there. So, yeah. Some people are friendlier than others, but like there's this guy called Adonis, which is a very cool name. And I asked him, "Is your name Arabic?" He said, "No, it's Greek." And so we got to talking about like languages, and I find him to be like a bit more genuine, kind, and less fake than the others. Because what they have is like American kindness, and it puts me off because I hear them gossip sometimes. I'm like, oh fuck, what do they say about me when I'm not here?
Right. Yeah, I got that at university. A lot of people just go, they want to talk. Just went out to university.
Yeah, and I don't do that very much. I I think there's one bit of gossip that I am responsible for, but I did it in the privacy of my own home. And like, whenever I do talk trash, if I ever do, I know that I'm a little bit wrong because you really shouldn't attach a value judgment to a way that someone answers them. Like, you're Bruce Army Gentile now. I don't like you. You have to be like a little bit wrong.
Wait, say it again.
If if you have if you make an opinion about someone and then attach a value judgment to it, you have to be a little bit wrong about that because you're taking something that someone has and then you're proceeding to say that you dislike it. And so it always makes me feel like just a little bit wrong. Yeah. And that's all. I knocked over my tip jar. That's about it. Garlic bread, garlic bread, garlic bread. I'll leave you to it.
Alright.
Talk again
Nice
later.
talking to you.
It was nice talking to you. Take care of
Yeah.
yourself. Get enough sleep.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Love you.
I bought myself pens so I can do the coursework for classes I'm being forced to take. Look at how difficult my life is. I'm just a woman that doesn't really have much of a gender, to be honest. I've always been a woman, a girl at heart. But then I cut 3 inches off my hair, and then I felt like something changed inside me. And it's actually a little bit looser than I thought, to be honest. I'm not talking about my pussy. Honestly, my pussy's too tight to be in a relationship. And even then, if it wasn't, I still wouldn't, because I don't see any man that I like. Yeah, so you'll die alone. I think I will. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's actually, like, the smaller the better. The smaller the better. Otherwise, I'll never know what sex feels like. Yeah. The micropenis. What was I saying? I'm just a lady. Yeah, and then I'm not, because that's the pair of scissors that cut off my gender. And then I was like, wouldn't it be nice if I had a rectangular body and a penis? And I was like, we have to fix this shit because my body's not changing anytime soon. And it's simply far more convenient to be a woman than to be a man because I don't have the man parts. I'd like to be a blueberry, but the truth is, I only have the anatomy for being a strawberry. So, with that logic, I am going to stick to being strawberry. Every now and again, maybe I'm the man. But it's too warm in here. Row! Row! I haven't yelled in so long. Row! 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 Oh, it's the 5th. My nose is ugly. And that's something not having a gender can never change. My mom sucks. She ruined everything. Every day I'm sad because I remember something that I lost because of her. She gets in the way of her daughter's dating lives. Just one time she took my sister's bikinis and she put them in plastic bags and she put them outside in like the dirt. And when my sister got them back, they were covered in dirt and she was just crying. And as someone who's pretty pretty empty and apathetic, I was moved, is that the right word? Heartbroken, something like that, by like the crying she was doing. You don't do crying. I don't do crying. I'm allowed to cry once when I'm on my period, and then I want to cry to experience human emotions, but I can't. It doesn't come out. If anything, I'll just shit myself from pushing too hard. I'm gonna be child free on that note my whole life, because parents don't really know how to do their job. They think they care about their kids, but they're just jealous. But like, you got to be 20 years old, so why are you angry now? And if you are, that's okay. You can't let that anger hurt your own child. You can't be young forever. But they can't get that in their heads. So they want to be abusers. I like you. She's just a jealous cunt. And honestly, if you're jealous of me, you're in a bad place in life. I'm an ugly fucker whose life is a mess. You can't be jealous of me because I'm ugly. My nose skews one way because my mom broke it. And then when it broke, she was like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry." She did it on purpose. Which breaks my fucking heart. So yeah, now I have problems finding myself pretty. But somehow she still finds a way to be, yeah, Aftermath. His eyebrows are so thick. I've never seen a man with such thick eyebrows. Listen to your God for your heart's sake. Other way around. We did it right the last time. Oh my god. It bends one way, and that makes me sad. I'm ugly and boyfriendless. And my alcohol tolerance is about to skyrocket. I just wish it went in a straight line. And, I feel like it shatters. It makes me fucking sad because I could have slipped away without any more damage. But on top of traumatizing me in a significant way, she permanently broke something. It's gonna be with me for the rest of my life. Unless I, of course, get it fixed with rhinoplasty, which in my opinion isn't ideal, because now I'm gonna rely on a surgery to be pretty. And that just makes life meaningless. So yeah, I don't get to be the princess of the story. I get to be the broken girl. Just makes me so sad. It's unbearable. My nose was broken. Is that why I'm sad? My brain is so fucked up that I can't feel things normally. But shh, I can't say that because then I'm gonna get called a sociopath. But the only reason why I'm like that is because she traumatized me. Ah!
Obviously. Like, how couldn't you do the math? It was so easy. Now we're gonna rely on scalpels and a expensive process. Which is the closest I'll get to suing my mom. Pay up, bitch. Hot, 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 hot!
Like, I feel like if I could have just predicted it, I could have prevented it. And that's like, oh, the person who hates you the most, who has a nose insecurity, they're gonna break your nose. So why didn't I just get away from her when I had the chance? Because she began physically fighting me, and I was just trying to defend myself, but she pushed me into a couch and she broke my nose. And now the only way that I'll be pretty is through surgery, and that has no meaning. The alcohol industry in this part of town is gonna do really well. Ironically, because of a Muslim woman. Because the person who abused me was Muslim. That's not because Muslims are bad, it's just because she's bad specifically. Muslims are very kind and peaceful people. Well, most of them. Yeah, some of the people who share culture with me, they celebrate with fireworks, but a little bit too hard. Too hard that they make the news. Yeah. I'm just a woman who likes wearing lipstick. Your ass is non-binary. I know, but I'm trying. I used to be a woman. The problem is they took everything from me, my innocence and my beauty. You were innocent once? Well, bum 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 bum. His legs are so skinny. Ruben, it's okay if your thighs touch. Baby girl. Dun, 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 dun. Damn, I can't believe there's a man that looks like Crash Bandicoot and he exists, and he makes music that I once enjoyed. Like, I'm kinda glad I'm born because of that. You know why Crash Bandicoot didn't talk? His eyes are wide and he just goes, wow! It's because he was secretly Dutch. And sometimes are you gonna really go there, motherfucker? I am. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna spin a joke off of him being a second language, shit. But I have to be careful because based on how good Ruben's English is, he probably learns it when he was a kid. So, Crash Bandicoot is a legal adult, and the joke that I'm making is Crash Bandicoot was Ruben when he was an adult and before he learned English. He's kinda built though. Fuck. Ooh, ah, da da da, da 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 dum, da 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 da, ah, da 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 da. It's a Chinese sentence that I don't know. You degenerate! You're watching their show. I am. I could be his house cat, but that's it. I hiss at him, and I wake him up in the morning. Meow! Wake up, Ruben. Wake up. You have to go make music, because you like being one of those productive fuckers. Wake up. Well, most people are peaceful who are like me. Most of them. But sometimes they like to play a bit of... And then the news is like, whoa! They died because they believed in God? Wow! Religion is actually a little bit evil. Yeah, it is. It has been since I couldn't have a boyfriend, and now I'll never have one. Because I became aromantic due to trauma. Even if I want to crush on handsome man, I can't. So I'm alone forever. I was like, woohoo! My daughter never gets to have a man. She never gets to have her waist grabbed by a big hunk. And that makes her happy. It shouldn't. The more happiness there is in the world, the better, even if it isn't yours. Because I can be heartbroken about my loss of happiness, but be content for someone else because they're happy. But her brain is like fucked up. I think she's inbred. But at least I won't ever suck dick, because I could never put a penis in my mouth. Gross. Now, if you want to do that, it's your life choice. But I don't think men deserve that. Look at what they've been up to. I'm not talking Walk Through Fire by Vice. I'm talking about... They want recognition, they get it. Because they're stupid and they're men. The Bandicoot and his devious cat girlfriend. Or I'm like a cat and a demon at the same time. Which is pretty much the opposite of what my culture stands for. Because if you're Arab, in your culture, they think that black cats are evil. I mean, they also think that women are evil. There's this thing in my culture called an-naik, and it means high-pitched laughter coming from a woman. But I think men were so sex-starved that they were getting erections from just hearing a woman laugh, and they were like, that's evil, that's bad, stop it! And they were crossing their legs. One time I asked my mom, I have to, for my safety, I have to shut up. Yeah, sorry. I was gonna do the bit. I know, it's such a buzzkill. But I do have to shut the fuck up. Not because I'm annoying and obnoxious. But because it will actually endanger my safety. Your accent is Arab. Oh my god! Maybe it's because I'm Arab. I have work in 2 days. They need to... People don't like playing bangers at work. We need to... The coffee house has to be a club, as long as I set foot in it. One time, one of the customers caught me partying. Because we just need to play upbeat music. We do the same tasks over and over for hours. So I got them to play On the Floor by Jennifer Lopez featuring Pitbull. And as I was making like their order and like walking, I was like pumping my fists and shit. And one of the customers noticed and it made me embarrassed. It's like, oh, what, do you guys have a club here? What is... Oh, we just like to keep the music going, that's all. Fuck. They caught me having a good time. But it was actually a nice human interaction. I just get embarrassed easily. That's why if I blush, it's not because I like you, it's just because I feel a bit embarrassed. This song is so pretty. Vice tone, I feel human. But I'm not playing it because it's copyrighted. Ugh! See, I was blind to the sun by my thunder, and now my vision is all in color. It's like a rainbow, Tropicana summer. Usually by now I feel the shivers and I'm getting cold feet, but that's the old me. Oh, what it's like to be human. I feel like he works out a lot and then consequently doesn't build a lot of muscle. Just because if you get veins from working out, you work out a lot, right? And I think he tries really hard to build muscle, but he's unable to. There's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, there's nothing... It's good that he's not disproportionate from being too jacked. And besides, it's not about looks, it's about the music they make. He always keeps his face hidden behind like microphones and behind like text. Like, when they're introducing a song, we had this song 10 years in our little music bank, and we decided to release it like it's an animal. Dum 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 dum. I can feel Aftermath coming up, but that song already played. It's good to know that my music memory is still up and running even after all the trauma happened. Yeah. It would probably be amplified if I was actually happy, but I don't get to have that, do I? But yeah, he does have a bicep vein. Another reason I like being alive. The man who makes my music has a bicep vein. It's odd. I feel like your muscles would normally be bigger if you had a vein. He's just a baby. He's not supposed to be jacked. That being said, his lats are insane.
Row! Sorry, I like making that noise. I'm not flirting. Why would I ever flirt? No point in flirting when it's not gonna go anywhere.
My entire family is gonna be angry that I don't have a boyfriend. And then I'd be like, well, it's only because my abusive mother abused me. Big shock! And then they'll be angry at her, which isn't ideal because that's the opposite of feminism. But she abused me. But, you know, conservative cultures set up mothers to be abusive to their daughters. Take one woman's happy ending, she's gonna try to rip it from her daughter. That's how it works. So yeah, I'm never gonna become a mother because being a parent is the devil. I can't risk that because my mom just turns green with envy when it comes to women, especially her own daughters. And there's 3 of us, so she's emerald green. Yeah, it's Barricade! Ow! He has such a thick voice. The barricade, barricade, something like that. Yell at me, yell at me. I like it. When I was a child, I was terrified of getting yelled at by a man. But now I'm like, bring it on. Bring it the fuck on. But yeah, if you want that, you can find it in the Spring Awakening show. I don't know if it's like being locked away in COVID that drove him insane. Not in a bad way. If there's anyone who's insane here, it's me. I'm the crazy bitch. I'm actually really boring. Nothing special about me. Ugh. Wow. I'm done. His arms are thick. Instagram is actually very harmful when it comes to telling men what they should look like. Everybody should have a little bit of fat. We should normalize that. Instagram began making me miserable because it would show me nothing but women with abs and like flat stomachs. And like that's unrealistic because even if I jog every day, I'm not gonna have a good body. Obviously I can't spend 5 hours a day at the gym. I'm just not built like that. That's the next song. At that pitch. Why are his arms so big? Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, I'm heating up. Which isn't good for my autism. Or for my privacy. Because I have none. This is how they treat me as a girl. But you said you're non-binary. I'm gonna play the woman card, because technically I'm still subjected to the same kind of treatment. You wanna make it about sex? Let's make it about sex. I'm gonna play the woman card even though things have gone wonky in the gender department. Alright? Stand down. Ah! You can't shake me! His arms are big. No, I'm not lustful. I'm never, almost never. Visually, I'm just acknowledging. Boop, 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 boop. For some reason, I used to go soft whenever he'd like give hearts to the audience. Like it not even in a romantic way. I just thought it was like sweet. But very few things move me nowadays. It's my mom. I'm so angry because I can't even put into words what she did to me. She made me feel too much until I couldn't feel anything. Lou, she's a bitch. She's a fuck. Swear words are like this rubber band. You pull it back and you release it. Shut up, you stupid fucking bird! Oh my god. It's always men causing these problems. He is a boy rooster, and he's making boy noises, and I need him to shut the fuck up. Evolution is so... Oh my... I can't stand it. Shut up, shut up, shut up. He's just a babe. A babe. A baby a little bit... A bit... Brrr. I can't feel anything. Except for anxiety. I learned that I have agoraphobia, which is... And it's not complete agoraphobia, but I do have a slight fear of dealing with other people when I'm at work. Especially, like in the beginning, dealing with customers, a little bit scary. And I think it's because I got humiliated when I was a child by my mom. And I have humiliation trauma. So I constantly... Sometimes I worry about how I look. Not in like an egotistical way, but, you know. I get embarrassed easily, and I think trauma is slightly to blame for that. And then somebody like you? But I have no way of being able to tell... I can't tell the difference between playlists. My brain just gives me a bunch of songs, or one. It is somebody like you. I know it. If I'll be wrong, then you can like, I don't know, burn me. But I don't know, find a hot pan and burn me with it. But I'm pretty sure it's somebody like you that comes next. And I don't listen to this playlist regularly, so that's how intense my sound memory is. It's one of the few things that I can actually do. Two, and then the beat of somebody like you comes on. Da 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 da. Ha. Yep, that's somebody like you. Ooh. How embarrassing would it be if everyone can actually do the same thing that I can? Then I'm just redundant. No! I'm boring. I'm the only... the only way that... Shut the fuck up. What if I've been embarrassing myself this whole time? Being like, hey, I know what comes next. How cool is that? But everyone can do that. Don't give a shit. I think it's still interesting.
She's evil, and she damaged the middle of my face. And that's why I don't like her. Blue. Blue. Inhibitions. Yeah, you're making me feel nothing. Maybe something. Maybe something, maybe something. I don't know. I'll never be like, oh, I like you. It's because I don't.
I can't feel anything. Because I'm aromantic. What if he punched me? Like, how... When he pumps his fist the music, how hard do you think he can hit? Like, pretty hard, right? Sorry. I have to occupy myself. And what better way than to try to conceptualize the degree of his strength. Angel? Oh shit, I was right! Why the hell am I right? I never listened to this. I almost rarely never listen to this playlist.
You know that thing that you do that you think is special? Everyone can do it! You stupid bitch! That wasn't a good slapping noise. Hold on. My leg is kind of in the way. You stupid bitch! I think the other side sounds better. See your heart fading away. Hey, let's go, cat.
If you don't have an abusive mother, or your mom just happens to be dead, or your dad, whichever one of them is abusive, usually when it's parents, one of them is really abusive, the other one is also abusive, but they just kind of let the other person do what they do. So, they don't both have to die. Obviously both is ideal, because I believe in equality. But if the worst one dies, then it means that I can do whatever the fuck I want. That being said, I don't want anyone to die.
Oh no, she's dead. And then all the harm that she ever did will be undone. And then I'll have my pretty nose back. And then I'll get to be with someone. And then we'll get to make out wetly against the wall. Yes! 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 Ah! Blue. Daddy. No sleep, na 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 na. I think about you, dick. Fuck, oh my god, his arms. Get out of my face. No.
No sleep. I can't sing, I'm not feeling it today. Get. All day and night you keep me up.
What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, highlighter slash blush.
His hair kind of looks nice, objectively.
Ah! It doesn't even match my fucking skin tone, guys. This is. I am a tin. I have a little stone for a heart. We haven't found a scientific reason why your heart doesn't work properly. Yeah. Like, well, you can give me whale tranquilizers at the least, so I can sleep 9 hours, and then wake up and be like, oh my god, I love life. The trick to having good mental health is just sleeping, even if you've been through a fuck ton of bad shit.
When we go to the doctor to get your nose fixed, tell them it was an accident. I say, well, there's different sides to the story. And I think the more sides, the better. So you can tell your side and I'll tell my side. And then, here's the best part, they can decide what really fucking happened after you bring 2 fucking daughters with 2 fucking broken noses, you fucking cunt. The B word wants to bubble out of me, but I push it down. Because I'm not completely sexist. I have internalized misogyny because the one person who abused me was a woman. And I will fix it in due course. Thank you.
Everybody, can you give me a heart? Please. No, don't give me a heart. I don't deserve it. Bum 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 ba-dum.
Dum 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 da dum da dum da dum. 2. Yep. At that pitch. Unless I can't always tell if something is an octave above or below me. Unless the significance is different, or the difference is significance. The significance is difference! No, the difference is significant. There we go. Yeah, not a drop of alcohol. Let's dance. My mom unplugged my computer that plays brown noise. Every day I play brown noise in my ears to fall asleep. Yesterday I played dark purple and pink noise. Oh, it was deep. Ah! Ah! When I heard it, I was like, yeah, this is the noise I'm gonna fall asleep to. Usually I listen to brown noise 12 hours. Or because of YouTube, it's Papa. Dada. Dada! Daddy. Choke me, and slap me, and choke me. La 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 la. Beat drop. Kick me.
Daddy. Algenor! What? Am I not allowed to call a man daddy? You giving hearts to the audience makes me feel nothing.
It's kind of cute how they're talking to each other and laughing. Men, Doesn't matter if you have a girlfriend or not. Make sure you have a good friends, especially if you don't have a good relationship with your parents. Don't say that shit of they're my parents, or I'll choke you. I don't like when people say, yeah, so like they read my diary, but they're my parents. I sense an Oedipal complex. One time there was this YouTuber, um, he said that like his mom read his diary and kept him from having a phone. In my books, that's called an Oedipal complex. You shouldn't be reading your son's diary or keeping him from having a phone, just from like the perspective of an Arab girl. If you stand in the way of maybe having a relationship. How can you be in a relationship? You're aromantic. I know, in the past, I used to have a crush. I fell hard for him. I was leaving the country forever. I wanted to give him a hug. Mom was like, you shouldn't hug him. What an evil fucking thing to do. And I've just had way too much experience with my mom stopping me from having a love life. That's just how I see it. You want to get in the way of your kid's love life, either because you have some weird stuff going on, or because you're jealous. How pathetic.
Now, pathetic parents. We should beat them with a baguette, because they're stupid.
I hear like the ow, bum 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 bum. It's another Avicii song, yeah. Why is that in my memory? I rarely listen to this show, just because the music no longer brings me joy. Sorry, Ruben, sorry, Victor. I'm dead inside. Dude, oh, fuck. His arms are just a little bit big. Yeah, insult him. Call him a tiny man. He's not very tiny. His arms are like a normal size. And that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. Personally, as a male, a man, it's okay to be normal. You don't have to be humongous, jacked. You can have fat. Instagram began making me miserable because my weight doesn't really fluctuate. I eat whatever I want. I do whatever I want. I shit on whoever I want. And then I go, I don't care about anything. I do whatever I want. And that brings you joy, yeah? It does. It actually does, yeah. Oh shit, I have jewelry making class. Because my fucking mom. Autistic people, they need to work with their hands. What the fuck are you saying? People like. I can't stand discrimination. And I shouldn't even get any because I'm white. Like, why am I getting Empathy Simulator? Sorry if that's offensive. She's a bitch. A bit. It's like Klutz. Klutz is that bad company. We'll live for younger days. This song is interesting because it portrays a healthy relationship between a father and his son. How fucking dare you give fathers a good rep? My coffee tastes good. I feel like going for round 2. I'm talking about coffee, obviously. But I actually can't sleep if I have 2 cups of coffee. So, yeah. I drink coffee, I listen to brown noise. Every day I take 2 sleeping pills to help me sleep. I avoid caffeine like past 12. I listen to brown noise. And then I take my 2 pills. And it helps me sleep. Yesterday was particularly nice because I was too lazy to get up and take them, so I ended up waking up at 1 in the morning, and I took them, and I had like the deepest sleep. I slept so deeply that I was physically tired the next morning. Okay, no more Ruben biceps. We're leaving now. Bye bye, Ruben. Bye bye. Bye bye, Victor. My body doesn't work properly anymore. Da da da. Doo doom doo doom doo 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 doo. Ever wonder? I know why do. When you take it from me, look what you make me do. Ever want? I need to pee. Bored. I'm so bored that the thought occurred to me. I just want to sleep. And life is so boring. You know when you're understimulated, but you can't. Normally, the thing that I did was I listened to music, but now that doesn't fix the boredom anymore. All I can do to fix the boredom is knock myself out, which I don't do. I take 2 obligatory sleeping pills because I wouldn't sleep enough, and one time I woke up at 1 in the morning and I didn't go back to bed. It's just not healthy, so now I take the drugs. It's just allergy medicine. I got it $1.25 at the dollar store. My mom loves the idea of me being on medication, so if I ever do end up taking medication for my body being out of whack from everything, I don't ever want her to find out because she's gonna laugh in my face and be like, ha ha ha. Finally, the crazy girl goes on medication. And then I'm not crazy, I'm just different. If you want to see me as crazy, I can't change your mind. Because we're two different people. But she hates that I'm young and to like bridge that hatred, she's gonna try to make me to something that's deplorable, ugly, embarrassing, just so that she can feel better about herself. Because she hates being old. She comes to me, she's like, I'm like doing these things to help myself age well. And it's like, you look fine. But if having wrinkles is gonna make you abuse your kids, you're doing it wrong. I already have some wrinkles, but to let it make you abuse people? Everybody gets old. And sometimes the emotional pain gets to a point where you're like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to deal with this. But you find a way, don't you? She doesn't. She abuses people. She pushes them to tears. She gets under their skin. She works their nerves. And she bullies. Because she has a few lines. Come on, bitch, you can do better. Ow! Hate it when my fingernail touches things. Ah! I'm so bored. Then do something productive. Shut the fuck up! Productivity doesn't fix the boredom. It can't. Because when I do something productive, it's just gonna make me bored, but now I have to do something mentally demanding. So you're gonna shut the fuck up. You're not gonna say that to me. You're gonna shut your fucking mouth, and then you're gonna mind your own business. Because that's what I think is the right thing to do. No, I have to log in! The way that my mouth feels is driving me insane. I did brush my teeth yesterday. I'm not gross. Oh shit, I have jewelry. My mom always makes me do things and I pay the fucking price for it. Not financially, but emotionally and mentally. It costs me. She's always like, do this thing. And if I don't, then she'll beat me or she'll get manipulative. Or if I hold her accountable, she'll retaliate by getting rid of something I have, even if it's like a wrapper. They call me trash girl, and honestly, they don't call me trash girl. Mainly because I hide that part. Anything weird about myself, I hide it. No one knows unless I tell them. Because they're not privileged enough to know that information, are they? No one gets to be inside my world unless I let them in. And usually, I don't. Shit, jewelry class. No! I don't want to go to jewelry class. Fuck. First, I have to work out the time difference of when she wants my class at, and she felt disrespected by me because I'd never replied to her messages. And when you have a mother like mine, if she ever tells you to do something, you pretty much have to do it or deal with the consequences, and the consequences can be very steep and unpleasant. Like one time she said, "You're gonna pray or I'll beat you." She's religious, by the way. And I don't think resorting to physical violence is very godly. It isn't uncommon either. I will say that. My voice is garbage today. So, 1 plus 6 is. Shit, 6 minus 6 is 12. So I have it at. She said 18 o'clock. So it's at 6 p.m., right? Wet is ahead of EST by 6 hours. Wet. It's wet. I can assure you it's not, because Morocco is not a very wet place, if I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't like marriage. I don't like it. Men invented marriage because they said, yeah, let's make her feel like a princess. But really what this is about her virginity and us taking her and unwrapping her like she's a fucking sweet. This isn't even feminism. This is about me respecting myself. And he wants her brand new, which is disgusting. think the main reason why I got locked in a mental hospital is because I called my mom NPD. And for anyone who doesn't know what NPD is, it is narcissistic personality disorder. With good reason. I called her that with good reason. I would never call someone NPD without them behaving with a very low regard for other people's feelings. And she got threatened by this, probably thought this was going to ruin her reputation, and then she gathered information about me and then used it as ammunition to get me locked away. And she succeeded. And honestly, I'm not saying that I didn't deserve what happened to me, I'm just saying that she had different motives from the simple facts. And nobody's gonna believe me, obviously, but I want to give the facts, ideally, all of them, but I risk portraying myself in a very embarrassing way. So, I'm not gonna be as ethical as I want to be about this. But the reality is, my pinky toe looks weird. But the reality is that she probably had other reasons than just putting me away because I kept things. Because you can do a lot of damage if you can prove someone is crazy. And for someone who hates me as much as she does, it worked in her advantage. Of course she'd be happy to prove me that I was crazy. And I think she knew that they take my clothes off against my will, or I took my clothes off for them. But I didn't, I was forced to, which is why I consider it a sexual assault. So yeah. I think she knew that and she still sent me in there, which, makes her pretty fucking evil. But to be clear, what I did to get in there is I hoarded, I would take trash and I'd put it behind the shed, and I'd keep garbage. That's what I did. Now, does that mean I should be locked away? In most people's eyes, yes. But honestly, I'm gonna give people the truth even if it means embarrassing myself, because I never really had that much self-respect as someone who is a hoarder and has OCD. And then on top of that, I'm gonna like skew the story. And yeah, I took trash and I put it behind the shed, and it built up too much. And she told them that my daughter hoards, she takes trash, she puts it behind the shed. And we're scared, we're worried about her. It's causing a hygiene problem. But the truth is, my mom disliked me before I was a hoarder. And before I was like a freak. She disliked me before that. She hit me as a child, and when I was a child I wasn't a hoarder. And then she would behave in antagonistic ways when I was a young adult. And just, you don't have to like me, you can think I'm weird and you can think I'm a freak, but just know that I can have hoarding disorder and she can have narcissistic personality disorder, and they can both exist. Which means I'm a freak, I'm a fucking weirdo, but she's an unpleasant person. And they can both exist. So I feel like once I present that to you, it's difficult for me to get out of your head. Now I'm in your head. Oh my god, is this a date? Because I'm in your head. You have a penis? No, I don't have a penis. I don't even have a gender. The house is getting too warm. And so it's so difficult to validate my problems when I'm a freak. Because it's like, oh, she's just trying to help you. In a disgusting way. Yeah. I like boxes and I like things. I don't like people. People, I don't like them that much. Sometimes there might be like an emotion, but then it lasts like a few seconds and I'm like, whoa, I experienced an emotion. I'm a good person. For like 4 seconds. I like my things. I don't know how to explain it. And if I start collecting things, especially things that are supposed to be thrown out, it gives me a bad look. As it should. I don't know. Personally, if someone was like me, I wouldn't treat them badly. I treat them with respect, and I'd never let the police take them. So it was what is known as an extenuating circumstance, and she's gonna get away with it because I'm a freak. But say like, if I did something minor, and then I ended up in there, she's gonna be like the monster. but she's not the monster because she gets to be a monster because I'm a freak. She gets away with it, which is never gonna forgive her ever. You know, if I ever have like if I ever meet the one and I have like a little ceremony to like I'm gonna wear a dress, but it's not gonna be white. Cause although I might be a virgin, I don't have the personality of a virgin. And yeah, I'd never want to be with a man just because he's like, yeah, I get to be the first to put my dick in her. It's really bad. When I say it like that, it's really bad. It's horrible. It honestly sounds worse than hoarding if you put it that way. But yeah, I did collect trash. I'm sorry. It was me. And honestly, it was good for the environment because I pretty much created a small landfill. That doesn't make it better, does it? It makes the other landfill a bit smaller by like 0.0001111%. That's the thing. That's the thing about psychology. Like, oh, yeah, I'm psychology. I have these problems that are very real and very serious. I have anxiety, I have depression, and that's bad because I know what that can do to a person. Because I have it too. But I don't like framing it as like major depression. It's more of like a residual thing from trauma. But do you see the dilemma that I'm in? Now you can point and laugh at me, but do you see that if I act like a freak, it pretty much vilifies someone who deeply hates me in doing things that are disgusting? I think the right thing to do is to just, hey, you can't collect trash anymore, we're gonna put it in the bin, and then we're gonna, like, stop doing it. And then I was like, okay, fine, I'll stop. I'm probably gonna private this stream. Because I told the truth, but now it's embarrassing. That's as vulnerable as it gets, though. There's different layers to vulnerability. And part of it is me admitting that I'm fake, because sometimes I have to, like... I'm not completely human, so I have to be like, yay, yeah, I mean, sorry for your loss, or something like that. If I don't mean something, I typically don't say it. And then there's times where I'm just fake, which isn't good. And then a deeper layer is the fact that I'm a hoarder. And then, like, on the same level as that, it's me having OCD and then acting it out in front of someone. And I just can't do that, so... I'm vocal frying because I'm unable to hit certain notes, because my throat is just way too fucking dry. Sometimes my voice is deeper when I sleep, when I don't sleep enough, and then sometimes it's very deep if I sleep too much. Maybe it's just like tiresome and deep voice is like correlative. Correlative. Yeah, I collected trash. Like, seriously, and a lot of it. And I got locked away for like 6 days. And she said, you manipulated the psychiatrists. That's an infuriating sentence. I didn't manipulate them. They knew what I was doing. And I was still able to be like, hey, my mom is also an evil cunt. And they were like, oh, yeah, evil cunts do be doing that. Yeah. She's an evil... Like, I'm my own kind of evil. I'm an apathetic kind of evil. I'm a little bit sadistic, but if I don't hurt anybody, I might be like, oh yeah, clobbering them would feel a little bit. Hurt them. Shove them. But I'm not gonna do it, obviously, because it would leave me feeling guilty.
My foot is numb.
But then it puts me in a position where I can never completely be angry at her because I technically... And I'm trying to, like, teach myself to be pissed off at her, because one thing that you lose when you're traumatized is, anger. I'm glad I didn't. Here's the thing, as embarrassing as it is to collect garbage and like pile it up behind the shed in the house or outside the house, I'm so glad I didn't get locked up for hurting someone, because I'd feel guilty. I'd only ever hurt someone if they asked me to. Yeah, but the truth is, I'm more likely to be on the receiving end, even though I'm a switch. Yeah, sorry I shared all that. I get when I'm on my period, I crave things, and I'm not talking about Hershey's chocolate. Like I go crazy. I like yeah. So I was a hoarder, and like not like oh, I just like collecting cups, and I have a lot of them. People think it's crazy, but it's actually vanilla compared to some of the other stuff. It was actually like because I want to keep everything and I don't have a way of doing that without filling up space and then not having a solution. So, yeah, I'm a freak. But interestingly enough, the part of me that likes to keep things has never died. I've been traumatized over and over and over and over again. So many parts of me died, but the part of me that collects objects has never died. The part of me that enjoys music hasn't died until a certain point. The part of me that's kinky hasn't died. It briefly did when my mom took my jar and some other things. This is a mental illness. It was one jar. Have you seen what I used to do? My older stuff was way worse. Ugh. It was just a jar. And I didn't keep all the jars, it was just some of them. She found the jar and she's like, you can't keep this. And then she keeps jars and she calls it a mental illness when I do it. So, yeah. Oh, I forgot what I was saying. Now I remember. Mid sentence, I remembered. The part of me that remembers noises is like, pretty much never died. I think it did briefly. Like, it may have been dampened, but I think it's always been there. Ugh, that card made the same pitch as one of the sirens. Because it's a larger vehicle and it makes more noise. It makes a hee. The way it like zhoops, it's the same noise as a siren. Why? Because my heart likes to. Narcissus is Back was the song that had the same pitch as the sirens. You want me to fucking prove it? I'll fucking prove it. It's because whenever I hear a noise that's related to a trauma that I had, my heart starts fucking with me. Yeah, it does that. Ah! You're crazy! I know, but I used to be crazy and happy. Now I'm crazy and miserable. Ugh! Don't you just hate that? I was insane, but I was happy. But now because of her, I'm insane and unhappy. That's what the world does to people. You want to frame me as the crazy weirdo? I kind of am one. But I was enjoying myself. I was like, hell yeah. I was singing every song to perfection and on pitch. Now I can't, like, the music comes out wrong. You're weird. Yeah, but is that really a surprise? I'm gonna leave this up so that people can see this and they can throw tomatoes at me and wrappers. Whoa, don't throw the wrappers. I'll keep them. I'll try not to, because keeping things is weird. Ah! And then people will dislike me, and then I'll look at them and feel nothing, because I'm also dead inside. But that didn't always used to be the case.
It's too fucking warm. Ah! artillery class.
The woman who teaches is very nice. Yeah. Well, there's the reason why I got locked in a mental hospital. But the thing is, I think multiple people knew that I was collecting garbage and putting it behind the house, more precisely behind the shed. And underneath the house. I don't do it anymore. I don't put garbage inside, behind the shed and under the house. There is one bag of things, but my mom is the one who put it there, and they used to be my things, but she took them out of my room, and she put everything that I owned, garbage and normal belongings, and she put it in garbage bags, and she put them in the shed, and I think everything that used to be mine, almost everything is gone, which breaks my heart, but hey, don't really have much of one, do I? Yeah, I don't do that anymore, but I used to. Now you know the reason why I used to put garbage behind the shed. Oh shit, no, I said that wrong. Now I know the reason why I got locked in a mental hospital, and it's because I put garbage behind the shed. Yeah. Yeah, it's really bad. It's okay. Now I have a job. I don't work many days in the week. Only 3. And even then it actually gets a little bit. Tasks are so repetitive. I earned $500 last month. How amazing is that? And then I spent some of it on buying myself some things like bottles. The other day my mom was like, "Oh, I have a bottle. Does anybody want it?" And my mom says, You have a lot of bottles." I do. Does that fuck with you? I think in her head she thinks I don't deserve what I have, and that if she can just rip it away, she'll be happy. She has some kind of skewered thinking over here. Skewered is being put on one of those sticks. Shafted, but in a cookery way. We're gonna get cunted. I don't wanna... She has a skewed way of thinking. Skewed like my nose, as in bent to one way. Some people's faces are asymmetrical, but it's actually less pronounced than mine. Tonight I'm gonna try to sleep more. Ugh, I don't think I sleep a lot. I think I sleep 6 hours, 7 most. Woo! Having a broken nose has fucked so much with my ability to... I think the dangerous thing about hoarding is that if somebody hates you and they want to put you in a mental hospital, they can do it. But if they have like an abusive way of dealing with other people, you can't prove it. Because they can just act nice. Which is exactly what people who are abusive do. They bully and isolate one person, and everyone else they act like the most nicest person ever. I bet she got pissed when every fucking psychiatrist was like, "Your daughter's fine. She hoards, but she's fine." Why did you lock her up? Is it because you hate her? Why didn't you like tell them to keep you locked up longer? Ugh! The only way that I can be happy is if my daughter's locked up. Ugh! Oh my god, I'm gonna give myself constipation. Like, 6 days is enough. You got what you wanted. Let's roll back on the abuse a little bit here. And one time, somebody called the cops on me just for walking outside and not answering any messages or like letting them know I was safe, as if they fucking care. And one of them bitches called someone called the cops on me just for walking outside in the dark. Like, if you don't care that I'm gonna get sexually assaulted in a mental hospital, then why do you care if I get sexually assaulted outside? Is it because your religion makes you think that I need to keep my virginity, and if I got sexually assaulted I couldn't? I don't know what's going on in her head! But yeah, that was the trauma that fucked up some things in my head. And sometimes I get them in the wrong order just because there's so many of them. Like, there's 3 instances where the cops got called on me. I only deserve 2 of them. But the other one was like kind of... That was them, I can safely say. And, yeah, on that one, she said, Why do you tell the cops I don't care about you? Because you're my abusive mother. Duh. Because you get angry when I do something good. And when I do something special, you try to tear it from me. Like when I keep a jar, because I used to love keeping jars, and then that part of me died, you took my jar and called it a mental illness. In the reverse order. But nonetheless, you did that. Just because I'm a freak, just because I'm a weirdo, does not mean that I can't speak for myself. I can do that. And when I do, I'm not manipulating people, I'm not manipulating psychiatrists. But she's gonna try to paint me in the worst possible light just because I'm younger. And she hates the fact that I'm young. She hates aging. It's written all over her. The fact that she hates aging. And she hates people who are young, especially if they're women. So just remember that I might be a hoarder, and I might have OCD, but I don't have a personality disorder. One that makes me explicitly abuse people. I'm a cunt, but I keep my country to myself. Thank you very much. But I'm a weirdo, and I don't expect or make anyone tolerate me. Because I know how hard it can be to understand someone when they're very different, and I'm not asking that of anybody.
Wow! Roo, I love containers. Cry about it. Oh! Ooh.
I have the disorder of being someone's daughter. It makes me so miserable. I'm clinically someone's offspring, and I can't tell you how unhappy it makes me.
My mouth feels weird. It's making my autism unhappy. I don't like, and my pussy needs to pee again. Ugh! Ugh! I don't like how it feels. Like a vagina. I kissed him and his mouth tasted like pussy. And then I remembered why. Because he was there. I'm kidding!
I'm kidding. Guys, don't get offended. Ugh, I'd never eat a pussy. You know what? I absolutely agree with you. Because people say eat pussy, eat ass, eat dick. But the thing is, you don't chew. You just lick. There's no eating involved. Even with yogurt, like you warble it in your mouth a little bit. Jello, you warble it in your mouth a little bit. Do a little bit of a 180. Not 180, just an 8. A figure 8. But, oh no, don't think about it. Stop. Getting my pussy eaten? Ugh! I don't want to compete with someone on who's better at fucking me. It's obviously me. I gave him a 12-week course on how to fuck me, and he was exhausted by the end of it. He began loathing hearing the word harder, because I just say it so much. And it didn't clock to him that I want it harder. Doesn't get it. Never hits the right spot either. He's at the best of my whims. Yeah, because he can fuck me if he likes, but that doesn't mean that he's doing it properly. And I'm always there to give him feedback on how well he did. That was all a joke. I've always been single, and I have no intention of dating anybody or myself. So rest assured, psychiatrists, I got no love life. I have no intention of dating anybody or myself. I have no intention of dating anybody. Yeah, so just don't lock me up. Thanks. I don't like brain prison. It's a little bit derogatory in my opinion. My microphone made the same pitch as me laughing. I actually I made 2 notes. The last one was the same note as the floor. Yeah. Are those the same pitch? They have to be. Otherwise my brain isn't working. What a surprise.
She's a bitch. She's a. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We can't just throw that word around. It's a slur. I suck his dick until he cries. Make it an EDM song. I suck his dick until he cries. I restrain his wrists. And I suck him. I suck him dry. Suck him dry. Suck him dry. Suck him. Suck him. Suck him. Dry.
Well, what that mouth do? I don't know. Do the lead up to beat drops, build up. The wind up. I'd call it the wind up, but Ruben says build up. We're just really different people. Namely, he's not a hoarder like me. Like a dragon. Yeah. But one time he touched my scales, and I was like, no! I will not catch feelings for a man! Just because his hands are huge. Don't touch me. I'll bite your fingers. I'll clip your fucking nails if you get too close. You better watch out. You might get a whole manicure. And you don't know what that'll do to your masculinity. You might shrink it. So, yeah, getting locked up, not really good for my, like, mental health, my emotional health. Not really good for my capacity to feel things, not really good for my capacity to connect with people emotionally, platonically, and romantically, but I can write jokes. I don't even need to write them. I be saving ink in my pen just because I do it on the fly. I'm not saying I'm funny, but I definitely like my own material, and that's really important. I think if you make your own material just when you're hanging out by yourself, you should like it. You enjoy yourself. Because I don't think anyone's gonna enjoy me, mainly because I won't let them. I'm not an enjoyable person. Why am I tied up? Because you're not gonna touch me. Keep him in a fleshlight for 6 hours? And feed him nothing!
Please let me go. I'm going to come until I die. Yeah. Sorry about that. Enemy kill!
That's the song idea I used. That's the song idea I used to test my microphone. And it sounded pretty good. But the microphone died. It's fucking dead.
It's dead. Mourir. I used to talk this. Ooh, it's quite girthy. I used to talk into this microphone so much. It has a little bit of girth to it. It's thick. Its thighs don't touch. Its thighs do touch. Yeah. Jeez. Petite microphone, Mourir. Oh, le bébé. Wow.
Sorry, I'm just smiling at something I said a moment ago. You'll never guess what it was. It makes me wonder what that would do to a person. Would they be okay? This is too weird. I'm being weird.
Oh my god, my head has thoughts in it. Oh!
There is one way to get yourself to feel something. For lack of a better word, sadism?
The fun kind, of course. Ooh, I'm gonna make myself blush. Oh! Ooh. Finally, we hit it! I don't hate hit it from the back. I hit it vocally. Excuse me, I'm not that kind of lady.
They tell me, Algenor, you're crazy. There's two people inside of you. Sometimes your voice is high, sometimes it's all the way down. You're a man because you sing songs that are written by men. There's two people inside of you. Whoa! I'm not that kind of lady. There's never two people inside of me. There isn't even one. That's your punchline? How anticlimactic. I'm asexual. It means I take everyone's orgasm within a certain radius. They're like, and they just don't orgasm as long as I'm in proximity. It's horrible. But that'll teach them to be fucking like that. Yeah. You don't respect women during sex. I'll fucking take your orgasm from you. And I'll give it to her. So she can either orgasm twice consecutively, yeah? Or have one big orgasm.
I'm asexual.
Do I want his penis inside me? I don't know. Like, specifically his penis? Like, what if it was his fingers? Like, what's the difference between fingers and penis? Well, fingers don't hip thrust, do they? Oh, right, okay. It takes a moment to load, but I'm on the ace spectrum.
Ooh, the bigger the dog, the harder they fall. Back it up like a Tonka truck. La 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 la. Canada. Yeah, the entirety of America is a lie. We took the land from people with a deep culture, and then the white boys took the country. I said, "Wow, this is ours," because men like taking things, but they don't really know how to take it properly, do they? If I was to do what? Since when do you know how to have sex? I don't know how to have sex. I just know how to. I can be the bad guy. You know what I mean? I wear the dark clothes and I give orders. A dominatrix. But obviously.
Please bear in mind, everything I say here is a joke. My flavors aren't a joke, but I don't intend on acting on them anytime soon. If you want to be a dominatrix, you need to have a certain certification. And if you're doing it just with your partner, always has to be consensual. They should be able to pull out, well, wrong wording, considering kink involves no penis sometimes. Usually, actually, in my case. Well, mostly it's in the imagination, because the only person who's getting hurt here is me. Not in a fun way. Just emotionally, over and over again. But, they should always be able to stop the session of BDSM. You should always have a safe word. And, yeah. And if you do want to be a dominatrix, there's a certification, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, for the most part, everything I say here is a joke. It's fun to spin jokes off of filthy things, but I don't act on any of it. Yeah. I can make them cry, and I don't even have to lay a finger on them. Oh, 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 oh. Alright, we're taking a break from notes because there's only so many notes I can do in one go. Because my intellectual muscle hasn't been flexed in a long time. My intellectual muscle is not strong. Yeah, it doesn't have a vein. I broke it! Noises I make him make? No, noises. Was that you moaning last night? No, it was my boyfriend. He makes those noises, not me. Yeah. What? Your boyfriend moans 3 octaves of a middle C. That's incredible. Yep, I'll let him know you said that. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Spreading the good word. Spreading positivity. It's not me who hits high notes, it's him. It's him. Yeah, and he's very good at it. Mainly because I rail his shit hard. I never go easy. Never. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It's like he's singing from the heavens. That's how high he is. And they just asked me, like, whoa. I know the sex must be good, but the noises you're making, not the noises I'm making, the noises he's making. And that's how I ruin somebody's reputation. I never do that. That's wrong. I'm just kidding. It's wrong. It's very wrong. Even if they asked me to, I'd be like, whoa there, buckaroo. You're a little too self-deprecating. You gotta watch out. Life is boring. Give me sleeping pills. Give me these snooze M&Ms. I bite them. I grind them in my teeth like they're tobacco. Hand them over! I actually think I'm gonna end stream. I'm done here. If you came, thank you. Oh, that's gonna be it from me. If you came, thank you. If you're leaving, take care of yourself. I will see you next time, and goodbye. I can't go low today. Why can't my voice just be like how it was on New Year's Eve? New Year's... both.